Hi, welcome on the stream, and today I'm gonna take care of the sleeves because everything else is roughly done and the color is already attached, and I can see that in here I have to update the task list. Projects, and let's see, this is done. I guess that will be it. Okay, so the color is done. Let's take the sleeves and sleeve patterns. Maybe change the perspective a bit, something like this. So which one was the new? Who was the new one? I think this one. Yeah, definitely this one. So first let's rip this. Okay, maybe a bit lower. I will have to remove just all of the stitches. And I think I will try to push this new pattern as high up as possible. I hope that AC is not too noticeable. I had to turn it on because it looks like it's below 18 degrees. And it's fine for sitting in here for just some short time. Just a couple of minutes, but not really 6 hours. at least for me. Some people are actually used to temperatures like that, and they can comfortably sit in that temperature just like 24/7. But I'm not used to temperatures like that. Okay, now I can remove this. Remove those marks. And in here. It's slowly getting quite cold outside, as in like weather is gently or slowly getting cold. So maybe that would be the time to learn some blacksmithing and take advantage of the fact that gas-powered forge puts out quite a bit of heat into the room. Though I wonder how it is with ventilation. I should probably have quite a good ventilation for that. You know, not to suffocate and stuff like that. Would it be probably quite beneficial not to suffocate? And then I can press this. First just dry. And then with some water. What is this? Okay. So this is the upper part. And this is the upper part. Let's lay it like this. And yeah, it looks like I just won't have a lot of seam allowance down there. That will have to be enough. Let's trace this around. Now I can mark this with the thread. And down the sleeve. I think this goes right to the edge. Yeah, looks like it. And then up the sleeve. Here I was going down the sleeve, now I'm going up the sleeve, and here I was doing what? Going side of the sleeve. Oh, across the sleeve I think works. Seems quite sensible. But it still feels kind of different. Like up and down are just normal directions, and across is not really a direction. Or maybe just different type of direction. Kind of. It just feels different. Anyway, this section is done. Now up here. And this is ready. Now the other part of the sleeve, other half. It would be better to have a seam allowance or to have an inlay like that. So that's maybe a better orientation. I should probably sharpen this a bit. Okay, so this edge is now sharpened. And looks like that I will have to do in 3 sections. 1, 2, and this one around. Actually, maybe I won't cut out the thread in here. Let's go in. And now up. And that gives me inlay of, well, roughly 1 inch. I think that should be enough. And that's ready. Now I can put the two together after I mark the position of the elbow. So this was the top, this something like that, that's the bottom, and then the elbow is in here, and on the other side. So it doesn't actually matter that much, because this one I'm probably gonna redraft anyway, but still, this is right sleeve, right? Yeah, right. So this has to be the left. So this would have to go on the outside like that. So I have to mark this actually on the other side. Yeah. Yeah, this would be up. And this would be the inner side. Then this side has to connect with this. So this is the inner side. I'm pretty sure. Let's mark the sleeve, the elbow in here. I don't know if that's actually the elbow. I think it's supposed to be the elbow, but it's just more like just generic mark somewhere in the middle. At least as I'm using it. This is the top. Let's pull it slightly. And this is also correct. And the elbow, and at the end couple of pins in between. And then in here I want to leave the opening. So I think 3, and the standard size of the cuff was 3.5, right? It was somewhere. Making allowance is maybe somewhere in here. Backscore diagram, 7 operation. What is this? Sleeves. There are a few operations of the garment that give the cutter daily practice more trouble than sleeves, for they must fit the sky. It is well known that loss of width to the back can be compensated for by the sleeves. Okay. Prevailing style. There was definitely something somewhere about the cuffs, about the standard size of the cuff, standard depth. I'll look for it in the PDF version. Where is the PDF version? What's happening? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's one of the problems with bare PCB on the underside, that I can't lay it down on anything made out of metal. Where is that book? Here, something about the codes. Guide to code cutting. Cuffs. Okay, this is useless. Let's open maybe this. Zatura. And now cuffs. Turn back cuffs. What is this? These remarks so far, of course, apply to all classes, so we will now point out peculiar features that Coster patronizes. He invariably has this long sleeve, his cuffs made to button. Okay, not important. Where is the next occurrence? Cuffs about 3 inches deep, but this is I think, a different style. This is Windsor uniform. So I don't know if the cuffs should be the same in here. Some of the best firms in West End finish their sleeves with cuffs sewn on by hand. Others, however, put 2 or 3 buttons in the ordinary way. What is the ordinary way? Maybe I can do this. Okay, so there is nothing else about cuffs, at least in here. Maybe in here. Cuffs. There are no mentions of cuffs. How about with? With. Okay, so this is just unsearchable. Okay, I vaguely remember reading somewhere that it was 3 or 3.5 inches. So I will just go with that. So, I think 3.5 inches from the bottom, or maybe even a bit higher, like 4 inches from the bottom. I will reserve that for the cuffs. So I want to leave the opening in here and the back side. And if this will be too high, then I will just sew it back by hand, just this little bit. Okay, so that would be something like this. And then let's take the sewing machine. And this time I will actually sew it by hand, by machine. This time I will not actually do it by hand. I should probably buy a separate thread just for this machine, because it's always really annoying to me to always put the thread back on, take it off, put it back on again. Even though it's not super difficult, it's just something about this that annoys me. And the ad says starting soon. Let's go this way. Just because this side is 1/4 of an inch. Oh, right. Oh, focus. Continuous autofocus. and the back. And that didn't end up quite as planned. This is fine. This could be a bit higher. I mean, this is like corner to corner, but because this is on an angle and this is on opposite angle, then when I spread this, it's like half an inch, probably. Yeah, half an inch difference. So I'm not sure about that. I should probably modify this. Adjust this. I should probably also adjust this side. First I will pick the seam. The seam doesn't really want to give up without fight. Hello, east side. I attached the two halves of the sleeve together and decided that they are a bit too much shifted apart in here, because this is corner to corner and because the edges are on the opposite angle basically. It creates like half an inch difference when this is spread apart. So I decided to just pick this seam and start again. Because it's always like, oh, I'm not gonna do this because I don't feel like doing it. And then after a couple more steps, I decide that after all, I want to actually do this. And then I have more work to undo. Okay, now only this part. And everything is out. Okay, so then maybe on the other side. I can mat this more in this position. Maybe that's a bit too much. That should be enough. Going antiquing today. Hope find some good items for the house. Yeah, maybe someday I should also go search for something, because my house is kind of bare. My room is kind of bare. I have a lot of shelves in my room and they are mostly empty because I don't... maybe I could find some stuff to put on them, but I don't want to use just anything just to fill up the space. When if I am going to put something on a shelf, I want this to be maybe I could say profound in some way, special, not just some generic item that looks nice. Do you have a zipper foot for your sewing machine? Zipper foot? I don't have any other feet than this one, but zipper foot, I'm not sure what that even is. It kind of makes me think of zigzagging, like this one that turns the fabric this here, like to the sides, as it's for sewing zippers. Yeah, but still doesn't tell me anything, because I never actually attached the zipper to anything because I don't use zippers, so I'm not even sure how we are supposed to do this. I never had a need for that. I think that I would attach a zipper just with a normal straight stitch. Does it have to be somehow special? Were they not used in Edwardian times? No, not really. Zipper is quite a modern invention. Before that, it was just buttons. And even to this day, many people prefer buttons for their pants, for example, for the fly, because I'm not actually sure about that, but I heard an opinion that you can't get as smooth of a finish from the outside with zipper as compared to buttons. The zipper supposedly just has inherently more bulk. And I'm not sure where the zipper was even invented. When was invented? If it's like a super modern invention, like, I don't know, 40s or something like that, or maybe it was invented and like 200 years ago and it was just not commonly used. It is designed from what I read. Foot allows you to see the stitch while you're sewing on zipper. If it's something common, like something very widely used, then maybe I do have one, because my mother was a seamstress, so so she probably has some. She probably had some different types of feet, and they are compatible, like feet for modern sewing machines, at least Singer sewing machines are compatible with this one, because the design of that mounting didn't really change in the last 100 years. Time for me to go. Okay, see you later. Okay, now it's a bit better. And I also think this is just not supposed to completely match, because the pattern is not made in such way to completely match. So maybe that's fine. Okay, and then I want to adjust this thing, this side, just a little. And starting from this point again, go forward a bit. Back. And forward again. Okay, I'm out of the thread. I will pin this back. And let's take care of that. This spool is kind of nicer because it has this hole for putting the thread through, but also on the other hand, it is slightly shorter. I think like, I don't know, a millimeter maybe shorter, and because of that, the thread always kind of bunches up in here at this end. Or maybe the end of that is shorter for some reason, because it not only bunches up in here, but also this side there is a bit of a dip just at the end. So maybe the entire spool is shifted. And I went too far. Also, I didn't put the thread through here. What is this? A raid. Thank you for the raid. Not much is happening now. I'm just I'm making the sleeves. Lovely sewing machine, thank you. I also think it's very nice. I love working with nice looking tools, and this machine is from 1915, I believe, at least from what I looked up based on that serial number. And yeah, I'm making the sleeves for my morning coat. I've been making this for, at this point, I think, past month. And it's almost finished. Hello, Dan Spence. Thank you. Last stream I attached the collar, and it's sadly just slightly too short, so it creates at this point, very slight creases around here. And at this point very slight because I kind of stretched it while ironing. It was a bit worse, and now it's not really that noticeable, so I just gave up and accepted that. So yeah, everything in here, I have the lining and everything. So it's like this entire part is basically done, and now I'm just making the sleeves, and hopefully today I will be attaching them and also making the cuffs, figuring out how to make the cuffs, because there is not a lot of information in any of the manuals I use. Also, ad starts in 30 seconds. Yeah, there is not a lot of information, so I will be figuring out how to do it and how it's actually supposed to look like, and hopefully it will work out. Okay, so this is done. Now let's put the thread through here. Here and here, and the clutch The machine is very nice, but it has some disadvantages, some cons. Like for example, it doesn't have any kind of reverse direction. Mostly, I think it's because this is designed with vibrating shuttle, so it can go in reverse. If I want to go in reverse, I have to actually rotate the fabric. And this is kind of annoying because I'm going in reverse kind of a lot when I want to. I didn't hold the end of the thread. When I want to just start the stitch to secure the thread. Not disadvantages, personality. Okay, maybe. It does kind of make it more acceptable, if I would think as personality. And yeah, where was I? Here. Okay, let's adjust the camera again. Oh, a bit lower, closer. But I think I would prefer a machine with ability to run in reverse. So like maybe 20 years younger. I think at this point they actually had this function. I would still prefer hand crank powered machine because that's just my preference. I like to have this like more control over speed. And another personality trait, I guess, is the fact that it doesn't, like, it's completely non-electric, so it doesn't have any light. And I was thinking for some time at this point about adding some kind of light, some kind of LED battery-powered light, some clip, or maybe a rubber band that we could attach in here, or maybe just some standalone light, because, you know, the lights in sewing machines are there for a reason, especially in this kind of dark fabric. It is kind of hard to see even the edge in here. What, another raid? 2 raids in less than 10 minutes? That's crazy. Thank you for another raid, the Emerald Show. A bit further, take out this pin, 2 raids, yeah. Like usually I don't really get any raids for like a week. I would say that I get a raid maybe like once every 2 weeks or so on average, and now I have 2 raids in less than 10 minutes. Something kind of suspicious. Very beginning streamer, just clicked. I don't know what it does. To be honest, I never raided anyone, so I also don't know how it works. I love your sewing machine, and you're making much better costume than me. Well, this is not a costume. I'm not a costume maker. These are just the clothes I wear daily. I'm just weird. I just go do grocery shopping and clothes like that. Okay, and then this is the point where I want to stop because I want an opening at the end of the calf. That's not weird, that's yourself. Yeah, I know that that's just expressing, I'm just expressing myself, but myself is weird. Let's say it's not usual. Or at least not average. I wish there were more people like you. Yeah, I guess it would be better if there were more people like me, because there would be less waste. I'm definitely not one of those people that just wear a piece of garment one time and then they just throw it away. There's few YouTube channels I follow, people who dress and live similarly. Yeah, I also follow a couple of YouTube channels. In terms of men's garments, there is like vintage and antique menswear. Aaron from Antique Menswear dresses in a similar way daily. And there is also Niklas from Vintage Bourget or something like that. Okay, so this part is done. Now I can press this. I have been more intentional about your clothes and making things that will last. When I finish working, if I'm hanging around to the workshop for a bit, I tend to rate people. Yeah, I should probably also finally start rating people, because I've been streaming for a couple of months now and I never actually rated anyone. And that is something I should actually do, probably. To like, to share viewers or something. Or let other people know that I exist and that other people exist. Absolutely amazing. I try to preserve also as much as I can. I can even keep old fabrics around, use the test fabrics. Yeah, the old fabrics are very useful for test fabrics, because this is the first time I'm making something as complicated as a morning coat, so I did a lot of mock-ups. I think I did like 5 mock-ups, and for that I was just using some scrap pieces of fabric that I had lying around. So yeah, just some not very useful pieces of fabric can be not very like usable as a garment. Pieces of fabric can be useful for stuff like that. And yeah, regarding waste, I was some time ago I was talking with someone, and that other person was saying that when they are that they try to avoid wasting their clothes and so on, and they use their clothes a lot, and then when they are finished wearing some clothes, like they are just done with them and want to get rid of them, they are donating them for like poor people, and if there are not good enough for poor people, then they go to homeless people, for example. And I was like, well, when I'm done with my clothes, they are not good enough either for homeless people. Like before I started dressing like that, like with more like historical fashion. I was just wearing normal jeans and stuff. So I still have couple pairs of jeans that are kind of still holding together. Like I have one pair that I'm still kind of wearing sometimes when I'm doing some very rough work, very dirty work. And yeah, this is the pair that would definitely not be suitable either for homeless people, because it's just completely falling apart. Like I have a tear in the back through the like entire width of the trousers, and there are multiple patches in that spot. It's just that the fabric is so worn that there are new tears and new holes just appearing all over the place. So even though I applied a couple of patches, and the new tears and new holes are appearing above patches and below patches. So at this point, I don't think I can do much with this pair. I would probably just have to disassemble them. I still have to press this flat. I would probably just have to disassemble them and maybe keep the fabric from the sleeves or from the wait, how do you call the like longer parts of the pants? You know, the leg parts. I would have to keep the leg parts, and maybe the fabric from that would be useful for something. Legs. Yeah, maybe legs. Just legs. And yeah, because I'm wearing my old old clothes like that, I'm kind of running out of them at this point. So maybe I should look for some, or maybe not really look for some more. Maybe make some more. Probably out of some just scrap fabric. Actually, there is this. This is a mock-up for my first pair of trousers. This is just it was intended as just a mock-up, so it's not really usable as it is, but maybe I could actually finish this and use it as another raid. Wait, you raided second time? Are you testing the raid button or something? So yeah, maybe I could finish this mock-up and use it as a normal trousers for some like rough work, some dirty work. I gotta go again. Got a little sidetracked. I wish you good luck, and I try to. I don't have many viewers because I'm. Yeah, I also don't really talk that much or do much of interesting stuff. I want mostly just focus on work. Usually, like sometimes I try to be entertaining if I kind of entertaining if I have some people in the chat or something like that. But mostly, I come into the workshop for actually to work, and the original main or at least one of the biggest reasons for starting streaming was to stop myself from procrastinating, because I thought that if I'm gonna have a fixed public schedule, then maybe I won't procrastinate that much. Because before I often would find myself thinking that I still have a lot of time, so I don't have to go to the workshop right now, and then hour later I think I still have a lot of time, and then I would do that couple more times, and after that immediately after thinking that I still have a lot of time, I start thinking, now it's too late, so there is no point in going to the workshop today, so I'm just go tomorrow, and I would just do it every day. So yeah, I started streaming, maybe not mainly or mostly, but definitely a big reason for that was to just have a public schedule and be kind of held accountable for like going to the workshop, and it worked. It's been a couple of months since I've been doing that, and I haven't skipped a single day, kind of, at least not from my not from procrastination, because I think 1 or 2 times I had like family events, so I had to skip because I had to go somewhere. But yeah, other than that, I've been pretty consistent with coming to the workshop, and I did quite a lot of work in that time. Very similar reason why I started. Yeah, seems like maybe not completely obvious choice, but kind of how to say that, like kind of very common common idea that you could come up with to use Twitch streaming or any kind of streaming as a way to hold yourself accountable, prevent yourself from procrastinating, because now you are doing stuff in public. I also to get rid of bad habits, and also because it's much easier to stream than edit huge videos. Yeah, before that I tried to do YouTube videos, and I still want to do YouTube videos, but yeah, when I was just trying to do YouTube videos by itself without streaming, I would just film everything, finish the project, and then I would have loads of footage, and I would start editing it, and I would just give up halfway through because it's too much work, it's too much hassle. But I still want to do some YouTube videos, mostly for promoting the stream, for like gaining more people in here. So I am actually recording this, like I am recording this entire project, and my way, I don't know if it will work, but my idea how to deal with the problem that I don't feel like editing that stuff is to also do this on stream, because I tried to edit some stuff after I started streaming. I tried to edit some stuff for the YouTube off stream, and it just wouldn't work. It didn't work out. I would just also procrastinate again forever. I still edit videos from streams, but only really good stuff. Also, if I enjoy it. Couldn't deal with having to listen to my own voice. That's, I think, very extremely common problem, but I think you can get used to it pretty fast. After you do it for a couple of hours, I think, even, it just stops being a problem. You get used to it. But yeah, for me the problem is that I have a lot of footage. When I do my projects, like I would have over 24 hours worth of footage. For this stream, for this project, I don't know how much do I have. Let's see, videos. So this is the restoration. This is the restoration, and here I started the morning code, and it goes up to here. So this is 26 files, and each one of them has about 6 hours, and here it says it's 144 gigabytes. So yeah, that's quite a bit of footage. It will probably take me multiple streams to edit all of that and to just find any good clips in general in the first place. Yeah, that's now ready, and I can take care of the other sleeve. The material was like weeks of footage, and then I need to get it down to the shorter. Yeah, that's always such a hassle to go through all of that material. Randomly select stuff from each file and put that together. Yeah, I guess that would kind of work, but also for this, for the morning code, for sewing, I would like the video to be like kind of informative. So I would like to select clips that are actually important, steps that are actually important, not just some like random actions. I would like to kind of present steps, or maybe not all of these steps, but more tricky steps maybe, or more important steps, and doing various parts, and then probably do some voiceover. I don't know how that will work out, but at least that's my intention. That's what I'm planning to do. Pretty machine, I have one, but it's not nearly as shiny as yours. Is the surface damaged, or is it just not very shiny? Because if it's not damaged, then you can probably use some paper towel, for example, or even better, some like cosmetic swabs, or like pieces of cotton, and then use some machine oil and rub it on the surface, because it is kind of polishing the surface, and it's should be very safe for this kind of lacquer, because like the machine oil is something that would always get actually on the surface, whereas other kind of polishing compounds or cleaning solutions could actually damage the lacquer. Scratched and missing some of the decals, but it still works nicely. Yeah, the sewing machines, especially from that era, are pretty simple in construction, and also then like all of the parts are very very robust, I guess. So they usually work kind of out of the box. They don't really need any repairing most of the time. They are quite reliable. But yeah, regarding being scratched, this is also quite scratched in many places. Maybe not here, but yeah, and here definitely. Like there is even some lacquer missing in here. But like general sheen is very achievable with just rubbing some machine oil on the surface. Usually just need some oil on some parts, yeah. Like all of the machines need some oiling. Well, maybe if you have some kind of Teflon parts in the sewing machine, then maybe it doesn't need oiling. But usually machines in general need oiling. Two treadles and one hand crank one. I also have one treadle. Like this is the oldest sewing machine that I have, and only as classy machine as that I have. But I also have a treadle machine from like 60s, I think, and I don't really use it that much. Maybe I used it once because the table is like it's kind of the convertible table or a foldable table. So it has the tabletop has two parts, and you have to open it to actually put on the machine and start sewing. And when you are not using it, you can like fold the different pieces to have this kind of rectangular cabinet. So most of the time, or pretty much all the time, I have it in this this like folded form, and it's just too much hassle to like set it up. So I'm just not using it. This sewing machine, hand crank one, is like completely opposite. It's complete minimal amount of hassle because I can just put it on the table and it's ready to go. It doesn't need any like cables, any kind of treadle, like flywheel or something like that. I can just put it on the table and start sewing. So that's definitely one of the advantages. One of the things I like about this specific type. So yeah, this is the lower part, and I think I want to shift it slightly towards here, like on the other one. Hand crank one is way more portable. Yeah, definitely more portable than the trial machine and the ad starting soon. Like definitely more portable because you don't need a whole table with it. Oh, I have a lot of attachments for both of these rails, and they do some cool things. I should probably also look into some attachments because I don't have any attachments. I just have this this straight sewing foot. I don't even have any kind of zigzagging foot, any hemming foot. I should probably get hemming food, because that's something I do quite often in a rough way, because I would just want to finish some rack or something, and I don't feel like finishing it in any kind of nice way. So I'm just doing a hem by hand, and it always ends up kind of crooked. So I should probably definitely look into some hemming food. But one like bigger hemming food, because there are also there are two different designs of hemming foods. Like one is the type that has this like cone shape in the foot, and the fabric is rolled into it, and that's kind of annoying. My mother had one of those, and I tried to use it, and it's too much hassle. But there is also another design which has this more of a ring outside. And you can actually normally fold the fabric, put it into this ring. It's much easier, I think, to set up, so I should probably get one of those. This design is mostly for bigger hems, but also when I'm doing some rough work, like putting some hems on some racks or I don't know, towels. Then I usually also do fairly large hems, so it's not really an issue in this case. For the long seam and all, the treadle is better for me. Yeah, the treadle is definitely faster than hand crank one, but it also requires a lot more control. You have to be more skilled to actually do stuff at that speed, to control the fabric at that speed. So I generally prefer working in lower speeds. Let's press this. Then need to put one treadle back together to get apart for cleaning and some restore. Also, I don't think I have enough space for a treadle sewing machine here, because I don't do like exclusively sewing. I also do some woodworking and stuff. Like I have quite a bit of tools in here, like different types of tools. So sewing is just one of the things I do, and I don't really want to sacrifice that amount of space just for one of the activities. If I had some kind of huge house and a dedicated sewing room, then I would probably go for one. Have one treadle sewing machine somewhere in the corner. But right now I prefer to just use a small portable sewing machine, hand crank sewing machine. I don't know all the proper names for things, but know how to use them. Yeah, most of the time I also don't know really proper names for things, because I don't really work with anyone else. I'm just like find like reading stuff online or watching some YouTube videos online, and then I just forget the proper names, or maybe I actually either research something, well, in a different language, so in English even, because it's not my native language. So I don't really know how anything is named regarding woodworking, how anything is named in Polish. So, for example, I would talk with someone in Polish about a spoke shave, and I have no idea how we would call a spoke shave in Polish. I would just say, like, you know, like this thing, this this shaving thing. And the other thing, like apart from researching and finding out stuff in another language, is just figuring stuff out myself. Figuring out myself that I can do something in a certain way, and then I don't really have any way to find out a proper name for that. But yeah, I was going somewhere with it, but I forgot. I forgot what was I thinking about. Oh, young people sewing too much has been lost. Yeah, a lot of like those kinds of crafts have been lost, kind of. Especially here in Poland. Like, one of the main reasons why I started sewing because I couldn't find any kind of actual good tailors that would satisfy my needs. So I decided to, well, I'm just gonna learn how to do it myself. If no one is gonna make something like that for me, if no one can like actually make a jacket on a canvas and as opposed to fused jacket, then I'm just gonna learn how to do it myself. But I think nowadays, like the younger generations, well, my generation and maybe even slightly older, like generations that are starting out in the going into the like working into the market. I think they are now more interested in this kind of traditional crafts, because I think I can see more availability of like certain craftsmen or say certain supplies maybe. So I'm pretty sure people nowadays are starting to get interested in that kind of like proper craftsmanship again. And young people are just also learning that themselves, and they are starting some businesses around tailoring, around like woodworking and different kinds of traditional crafts. And there was also another thing I wanted to talk about is leather stuff, doing leather stuff. I have to start learning how to do some leather working, because another thing that I would like to do myself, because it's hard to get something like that, some leather items. I would like to learn some shoemaking, and I think I would like to learn it pretty soon. Like, I don't have I had a pair of shoes for like kind of outdoorsy shoes, kind of that I would use to go to the forest and stuff like that, and I lost them. I don't know how it happened, but they were standing in the stairway into the basement, and they just disappeared. I have no idea what happened to them. But anyway, I don't have any kind of any kind of shoes for going into the forest right now. So I think that would be a good occasion to learn some shoemaking, to do my first attempt at shoemaking, because I would like to learn some shoemaking to make Balmoral shoes or boots, Balmoral boots, because I think that is the most popular type of footwear around the historical era I'm aiming into, and this is not really style I can easily find in any kind of modern shoemakers, shoemaker brands, and I could probably find some shoemaker, probably not in Poland, because you know, in Poland all of the craftsmen, like good craftsmen, are either retired or dead. Like maybe nowadays it's kind of changing, but just a couple of years ago, I think it was pretty hard to find some good craftsmen. And yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, that I could probably find some shoemaker that would make shoes like that or boots like that, especially for to the order for me, like probably somewhere in Germany or something. But that would be expensive, and I'm kind of unemployed, so I don't want to spend a very large amount of money on anything. So I would definitely prefer to make everything myself, and also learn some skills, like learn some new skills during that. So yeah, that's definitely something I would like to explore. And I'm pretty far behind with the chat, with the messages in chat. I love lots of different crafts. I feel the space issue. I mostly do DIY stuff in the attic, and I have things like laser cutter. Oh, that's interesting. It would be probably nice to have a laser cutter, 3D printer. I have a 3D printer. I don't use it that often. Most of the time I don't really have a need for 3D printer, but sometimes when I do some electronic stuff, I would print print a case for that, for a device, or maybe some structural parts. So I wouldn't want to get rid of the 3D printer because I am using it sometimes, but I'm not really using it like every day or every week even. 3D printer, moved from a big house to a small one, so no room. Yeah, I would hate moving to a smaller house. I think my house is already too small. I would prefer moving to a bigger house. That's how I work too. My vocabulary is pretty bad and I can't Google most of the things. Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to Google stuff. Some stuff at least. You are doing great if you can make such pretty clothes. Don't worry about naming things. Yeah, I don't know if I can make pretty clothes. Like, I think that clothes that I'm making are above above like level of I don't know if skills, above level of niceness, let's say, above quality. Let's say most of the garments I'm making have quality above the level of average tailor, but that's not because I'm very good at tailoring, but because most of the tailors nowadays, at least in here, are extremely incompetent. They did half-assed job out of learning their craft, and even less assed job out of actually practicing it. So being better than an average tailor is just not a very high bar. And when I'm comparing myself to actually good tailors, like you can find some good tailors on YouTube even, some like tailoring videos on YouTube. I think I'm nowhere near their level. So I'm kind of hesitant to call my stuff I'm making good or pretty. I can see a lot of faults that actually good tailor wouldn't do. But I guess maybe that's good enough because it is better than anything I can get locally. So maybe just my expectations are too high. You can't do leather sewing on the old machines unless it's specifically for the leather. I would kind of disagree. Like, sewing machines are like that, are not designed for working with leather, but they are usually very much strong enough to work with leather. Well, also depends what kind of leather. Like there are different thicknesses and different stiffnesses of leather. But this kind of machine, even though it's like a normal household grade sewing machine, it's by modern standards, it's closer to industrial sewing machine than modern household sewing machines. Like my mother was a seamstress, and I remember that she looked how I was going through some bag I was making. I was like sewing through, I think, four layers of Kodura. I think that's how it's called. This kind of like waterproof fabric mixed with plastic and stuff. So it's very thick, very stiff. And I was going through 4 layers of that, and then like 2 layers of some outer fabric, and then also 2 layers of lining. And this machine could go through this without any problem. And I remember my mom like standing in the door and being completely flabbergasted that my machine can go through stuff like that, because her modern sewing machine just completely couldn't handle even stuff like the hems of the jeans, like this thickest part of the hem, where the side seam is meeting with the hem. So you have quite a bit of layers in there. So her sewing machine just couldn't go through that, and this one has no problem. Like this sewing machine can even go through fairly thin, but still can go through a notebook. But yeah, still, despite regardless of that, I would do it just to hand sewing the leather. I guess it would be possible, maybe, to do like machine sewing for shoes, but it would be pretty difficult, mostly because of geometry. And this is good for beginning. It does have some shoes and sandals. Okay, maybe I will save that website. Let's see. Here. Where was that? Diesel punk. Free patterns. Yeah, I will look on that later. I think I use mine for about twice a week. I've been so far behind with the messages in chat that I don't even know what that was about. I think your clothes are awesome. Well, thank you. I humbly accept the compliment. Modern machines can't handle much of anything for sure. Yeah, I heard an opinion that if you wanted to buy a sewing machine, then you shouldn't buy anything younger than 60 years old, or not 60 years old, younger or newer than from the 60s, because after that point, or 60s, 70s, after that point, the machines began to being produced pretty much disposable. So probably, if you want a best sewing machine for like durability and all the nice features, like going in reverse, for example, I think a good like range of dates would be around 50s, maybe 50s, 60s. Gotta go, dinner's ready. Okay, see you some other time. I stream 6 days a week from about 12:30 UTC, at least I try, up until to 7 p.m. I think. That was about 3D printer. All right. I forgot that we talk about 3D printer. Shoe showing. Have a very small arm. Yeah, I think I saw some like shoe sewing machines on YouTube. But yeah, I would definitely just do everything by hand. I don't want... I do want new equipment, new tools for like different crafts, and especially for shoemaking, but not that big of an equipment. Like some like different kinds of pliers, maybe. That would be good. Okay, then this mark, I guess I have to move a bit to the right, like 1/4 of an inch maybe. Is that wireless keyboard that you made yourself or something? I did assemble that myself, but this is not mine project. This is just a like ready-made project from GitHub, and it is actually linked in my my stream description and the what section? Something like I can't go to like from my dashboard right now, but it's something like hardware or something. So yeah, this project is linked on GitHub. You can download the Gerber files for PCBs and order them from like one of those big PCB manufacturers like JLC PCB or PCBWay or whatever else, and just assemble it yourself. It is pretty easy. I saw, like, I am electronics engineer by like formal education, but I saw like completely non-electronic related people on YouTube making this project, assembling this project, so it's not very difficult. And it is very nice, but definitely ad starts in 1 minute. Definitely one disadvantage of using that is that it's kind of, I would say, addictive. Like I got so used to using that kind of keyboard that I just can't use anything else. I actually unlearned how to use a normal keyboard, so I just have to use that one. I have to like carry it around with me. So it could be kind of annoying. But if I was doing it like making that decision again, I would also decide on learning, on making this keyboard again and using this keyboard again. Oh, that keyboard is cool. Yeah, and there are also like different similar types of keyboards, different similar designs. This is very minimal. This is 34 keys, and there are also, I think, Krone, maybe some project like that, and it has couple more, I think 2 more keys, so it would be 36 or maybe even more. Like depending on a person, maybe that's what you would prefer. I think I'm fine with just 34. Oh, well, at least you got a schedule. That's something I don't even have one. Yeah, a streaming schedule is, I think, the first thing I did. I think I actually made a streaming schedule even before I started streaming. I had a streaming schedule from day one because, like, that was the point. That I would be held kind of accountable by my streaming schedule. Yeah, let's press that again. That was the point, that I would have a streaming schedule and I would have to just come in here no matter what, because that's what my schedule says. I should probably clean up in here because every time I turn the camera, you can see all of that trash in here. And now that's kind of interesting. What is that? Oh, I remember. Like I was thinking, like, what is this stitch? But I think when I was connecting the sides, I was basting the sides, I just went through that edge, like a nose to break the thread. So this is actual end of the sleeve, and this is just a random piece of thread. Oh, that looks like my workspace. Yeah, I think it's pretty common. It's like the default state of any kind of workspace, and you have to actively work to prevent that. And I started working. That's why I have this like kind of fancy tool wall with all the tools actually organized in here. But not everything has its place yet. So I still need quite a bit of work to organize everything perfectly. Okay, what is the right side and left side? This is the upper part. So this and here. This would be the inner part. That's a crafter's workspace. I would like to have better organized workshop, mostly for cleaning, not even like keeping stuff clean, but cleaning after some projects or maybe during the projects. I remember some YouTube video. I think like someone was talking with Adam Savage, and they asked him if he always has such a clean workshop, and he said that of course he doesn't. His workshop becomes house during every project, but because he has such a well-organized workshop, he like has this complete chaos, and he can clean it all up within an hour. So I would also like to be able to clean my entire workshop within an hour. And to be able to clean everything within an hour, you have to have like every tool, every just item, whether that's a tool or some piece of material. Everything has to have its own space, its own place, and also everything has to be extremely accessible. So things like some boxes stacked on top of each other are absolute no-go, because for that, like to get something from the bottom box, you have to actually remove all of the other boxes. Maybe just a bit higher. Okay, that should be fine. Then in the middle. That sounds awesome. It takes me longer than an hour to get everything put away. Yeah, in my case, it takes me longer than a week to put everything away, because I take everything, like whatever, and any item into my hand, and I have to actually organize something, like find a place for it, because it doesn't actually have a specific place, and the place that it was laying in, or either like is not available anymore because I've put something else in that place, or maybe it just didn't have any place in the first place at all. Like it was just laying somewhere in the middle of the table from the beginning. So I definitely would like to do some more organization, to do some more cleanup in the workshop, with some categories. I think some categories of items I'm getting there. I'm maybe even pretty much there, but with some other categories I'm nowhere near finished. Some stuff is just complete mess. Like for example, for my 3D printer, I have pretty old at this point Ender Ender 3, I think. Creality Ender 3, not like any kind of 3 plus or 3S or anything like that, or 3 V2. I think it's also a thing. I have just plain 3, vanilla 3. And yeah, I bought some time ago, I bought like bed leveling sensor. And it was quite some time ago. After some time, a lot of time, I managed to actually put it, like install it, put it in place, and like modify all the firmware and stuff. And the packaging, the box of that leveling sensor still just lays next to the printer, even though it's been, I think, maybe 2 years or 3 years since I bought that that sensor. So it definitely requires still some work. I keep saying I will organize after the next project is done. Yeah, I of course also say that, and sometimes I actually follow. Not all the way through, because I'm not finished yet, but like after last project I did actually do some workshop organization, mostly I think because I was streaming that, so it kind of helped. It helped a lot. I did actually this tool right before that, I think, right before that project, and after door restoration. So yeah, that's something that I actually followed, kind of, partially. And maybe after this project, I'm gonna also do some organization again, maybe. The shuttle of that machine is just slowly changing in sound during the project, throughout the project. Like it's not like I just started using this machine. I had it for I think like 4 or 5 years at this point. I actually made all of my clothes on that machine. And it's only beginning to make some weird sounds now during this project. And I'm pretty sure that's the shuttle that's making this kind of banging. I will probably have to look into it. Maybe something is loose, some screw. And it's slowly getting more and more rattly. Oh, right. I forgot to actually mark that. So this was 4 inches, I think. Yeah, 4 inches. And let's mark 4 inches in here. Now I'm thinking, should I maybe also explore some hat making? Because for some time now, at this point, I was saying that it would be nice to have some hat. Homburg, probably. This Homburg was a fairly popular style of hat during Edwardian era. So it's probably a style I would go to, but it's not really something you can easily get nowadays. At least a new Homburg hat, new good quality Homburg hat. So I don't know if I should try to look for some vintage one, or maybe actually learn some hat making and try to make one myself. Has some good hat patterns. What tools do you actually need for hat making? Do you need some like presses? I know that presses is something that is used, but is it required? Not a lot. So I think you can use some kind of like wooden molds for actually shaping the hat, like on the top of the hat. You can start simple with manual tools for most everything. For most everything that was actually invented before Industrial Revolution, because there are some examples of stuff that was invented after the after Industrial Revolution was was well established. And oh, this I didn't do this side yet, and because of that, this particular thing would be like only ever done with some kind of machines, with some like special presses, for example. And maybe in some cases, even though you can technically make something without those machines, it's kind of a pain. Like detachable collars are a good example, I think, because detachable collars, or actually even washing detachable collars and starching them, it is something that can technically be done by hand, but during the time that they were popular, it's not something that would be done by hand. You would just get all of your detachable collars to some like professional cleaning shop, laundry shop, and they would use some actual big presses and some specialized tools to actually get a good shape and good finish out of a detachable collar. So you can, if you really try, if you are really skilled and you have a lot of time, you can also achieve something like that with just a normal iron and maybe some pot or something like that. But I tried and I failed. It was kind of usable, but it wasn't very good. Like I had some air pockets, like the plies were detaching and so on. So nowadays I'm just using Darcy clothing washable collars that don't need starching. you can make wet mold out of wood. Yeah, that's what I thought. And I think I also saw that in some YouTube video, probably. Like someone was making some kind of hat, maybe a top hat even. Was making a top hat, and they were using like actual wooden mold for that, for shaping the the top of the hat, like the cavity of the hat. Watch some videos of some of Dieselpunk's videos. Pretty easy. Yeah, I kind of expect hat patterns to be fairly easy because they are not very complicated geometrically. Like patterns, I mean the molds to be pretty easy. I wonder how it's gonna go with the shoes or with the boots, because like making the shoe, like the things that you put into the shoes as a kind of maintenance or storage solution, those are the shoe trees. But are they also called shoe trees when like are these molds that you are using during the manufacturing process, are they also called shoe trees, or are they called something else? But anyway, this thing, that these shoe trees are do seem quite a bit more complicated. Like they actually have to mimic all of the different dimensions of the foot. So I'm kind of intimidated by it. How am I gonna able to do it? Maybe it's maybe I'm like over intimidated. Maybe it won't actually be that bad, but seems quite complicated. But I guess I will learn when I get to that point. And I hope that there will be some more information on shoemaking than on making a morning coat, because I didn't have practically any information. Well, I had some information on like pattern making, but with a lot of steps, I didn't have any information. So I was basically just improvising, because I would spend an hour, 2 hours on the internet, an hour looking through the manual, through this manual, and I just wouldn't find anything regarding some specific detail I was looking into. So I would end up just improvising, because I would have no idea how to actually properly do something. You are already a crafter, so we will pick up leather stuff pretty easily. Well, with specifically leather making or leather working, I think I will start out with a bag, just to get some idea of working with leather, because I need like kind of a bag, kind of a briefcase maybe, because I have quite a bit of things that I just carry with me back and forth between my workshop and my house. Things like this water bottle, because I don't have a running water in here, or my keyboard, because I have only one keyboard. So I would like to have some kind of a briefcase, and that would be a good opportunity to learn some like basic skills of leatherworking. Like also just how the leather behaves, maybe how it stretches and stuff. Get some experience. And ad starts in 1 minute. And after that, I think the next project would be to make some maybe not very necessarily presentable boots, just some pair of boots that I would use for going into the like on a walk in the forest and stuff like that. So they wouldn't have to necessarily be super pretty. And after that, maybe I would have enough experience to actually try to make like actual Balmoral boots, and actually use them in public. You can make your own with plastic and silicone. So you are talking about like actual mold of the food. It is like one solution, but I would prefer to actually fabricate it out of wood, like more of a traditional way. So try to replicate the shape of the food with like chisels and gouges and so on. I guess it is not necessary, but it just kind of feels more proper. And also another kind of nice skill to have, to be able to do something like that. Maybe it would be useful in some other scenario, other context. A Facebook group, and everyone there is good at answering questions. I don't really like Facebook, and also I don't particularly like to ask questions. I prefer to look at already asked questions. I don't think I actually ever asked a question on any kind of forum or any kind of I don't know, Reddit or Stack Overflow or anything like that. I only search through actual existing questions and look at the answers. Even though I'm a streamer, so maybe it's kind of weird. I'm actually kind of introverted. Quite introverted. Like as a kind of fun exercise, I was I was like doing some kind of quiz of personality quiz, and I got 97 or something like that, 96 maybe % introverted, and a person who was calling themselves introverted, very introverted, got like 70 something. So they were saying that they are very impressed by my score. So yeah, I'm quite introverted, and that includes online. So I don't really like to like be very vocal online. And I'm saying that maybe that's kind of weird because I'm a streamer, but also I think that's not that uncommon. I'm pretty sure a lot of streamers are, at least they are claiming that they are introverted, and they don't really like to talk to other people IRL that much. Or maybe not necessarily that don't like, but just don't. Go to the run to the grocery. Be back later. Okay, see you later. So I would prefer to actually make those shoe trees the traditional way, to actually replicate the shape of the foot with just like saws and gouges, chisels and stuff like that. But something that I do actually consider making an actual mold, like putting some plaster or something, and then filling it. Something I do consider doing it with would be a mannequin out from my torso, because I don't have any kind of mannequin in here, and those are pretty useful for tailoring. Especially for stuff like that. And also especially considering the fact that I don't have a very standard body. I have extremely wide shoulders. Like when I look at the all of those tables of average proportions or ideal proportions or stuff like that, usual proportions, usually my circumference of the chest is like two or around three to four size smaller than the width of my shoulders, or just all of the sizes, like most of the different sizes, like circumference of my chest, to some degree circumference of my waist, but like this is also pretty small. But yeah, all of that is pretty average. Like the depth of sky, like the circumference of the neck, the height of the natural waist, and so on. Those are fairly average, but the width of the shoulders or the width of the back always falls couple sizes further. 3 sizes further, 4 sizes further. So it's kind of quite difficult to make some garments for myself for the upper parts. I wasn't really thinking about like what I'm actually doing, and now I'm thinking that maybe I should use some water. Usually at this point I'm using some water. Let's turn this. I'm turning it like that because it doesn't really want to sit straight through the elbow, because it's curved like that. So this end sits straight on the board. This sits straight, and I have this surplus in here. So I'm just ironing it like that, like half and half. Half on the one side, half on the other. And now the other side. And this is ready. Okay. Now I have those marks in here, so I could actually transfer them. Those are not really some special marks. I just attached the sleeve as a test, and then I made a couple of marks in here and some random spaces to actually have some reference. So yeah, I have one in here, and I guess in here. And they should correspond to different spaces in here, to the same marks in here. And this would be, I think, the seam, probably. Wow, I'm kind of running out of voice. and it's been only 3 hours, so that's not great. Okay, maybe I can just measure that. And let's also turn on the manual focus. Okay, so this would be 4 inches, I guess. Kind of. Yeah, from this point. Okay, that didn't exactly end up as planned. Something more like this. Okay, now it's shifted more to this side. And I think that is more correct. And another mark goes in here. Let's quickly run some thread through this so that it doesn't rub off. And in here. Okay, what else? There's one mark on the other side. One mark in here, one in here, and then only one mark in here. On this side. Okay, that part is ready. And then I can copy the marks on the actual this piece, on the main body. So how to copy that? The pattern in here is not symmetric, at least not completely symmetric. The horizontal lines are symmetric, but the vertical ones are not. So I can't depend on that. I guess I will have to just measure that. So let's see, from the shoulder seam. This is also roughly 4 inches, maybe more like 3 3/4. Kind of hard to say. Yeah, 3 3/4. So in here, shoulder seam. It was from the shoulder seam, right? Corner at the shoulder seam and 3 3/4. Yeah, this seems to end up in the same spot. Where is the needle again? I'm just always losing the needle. This was just some random piece of thread. This also is some random piece of thread. Maybe it was that needle. Okay, some more of the cream thread. And then the lower mark. This will be across from this edge, from this seam, and it would be 3.5. I don't know how I feel about stretching this piece like that to get a reading. I hope this is accurate. I don't think I can even verify that. Okay, now it lays flat. And now it would be 3 up to the edge in here. Now let's say it's 3. And in here. And it's also roughly 3. Maybe it would be a bit more like this. Anything that can be copied on the back. There's one mark, and I think this marks the seam of the back sleeve. So this will be up, let's say half an inch up. Or right at the edge, more like a quarter. So quarter in here. Okay, then I want to look up, ad starts in half a minute. I want to look something up. There was something about in here. Narrow piece of silk sewn with the back sky. I don't have a narrow piece of silk or even white piece of silk. So I guess I will use that. I will just use like 3 different or 4 different types of fabric throughout the entire coat. And this is narrow, so let's use that. I think just one side would be narrow enough, so it can last for both sides, for 2 sleeves. Or maybe I can fold this. Yeah, back sky, this will be plenty enough. So let's cut this in half. And now they are even roughly the same. And this is supposed to be sewn. Okay, let's stop with dropping. This is supposed to be sewn into here. Sewn with the back sky. Or with back sky, just back sky. Is there anything in here without the copper, blah blah, 4-part diagram inlay? Facing sleeves being made, carefully base them in, keeping the top fullness well over the shoulder bone. Place a thin piece of wadding across the top of the sleeve head. I don't have that, so let's just ignore it. Collar should be thickly padded. And yeah, there is nothing in here about this piece around the armhole. In closing up shoulder seams, keep the back on the turf. Put a narrow strip of silk around the back sky to keep from stretching. So I think this should be good enough. So to keep it from stretching around the back sky, yeah, on the back piece and the side body piece. So this would go into here. Maybe actually first I will attach the sleeve, and then on top of that I will put in those two strips. So yeah, this sleeve, it would be that one. Yeah, that one. So I have one mark in here. This should match with this seam. Let's put a pin in here, just one pin. And then I have this mark and this seam. Then going further, there is this mark, and it should go onto here. then around. And it looks like this mark should align with the shoulder seam. Let's put that piece a bit deeper. This mark into here. And then there is the seam, back seam of the sleeve, and this should align with the back mark. This is a needle. This is a bit harder because there is an inlay in here. Okay, this may be a bit crooked. Let's put the needle again, or the pin again. I'm still mixing the pins and needles in my head. Then I have to put a bit of fullness in here. A lot of fullness even. Quite a big gap. And fullness, or sewing something with fullness, basting with fullness, and it just means that on one side there is more fabric, more length, and you have to squeeze it to compress it so that one side has more stuff. One side of the fabric is compressed. and the other one is slightly stretched. And this should create this kind of like head of the sleeve, this kind of bulge at the top of the sleeve. Okay, now I can base that on. And I'm still not sure about the 1/4 inch. So just as a like indicator, some help, I will mark 1/4 inch in a couple of places to have this as a reference. And the last one somewhere in here. Okay, now I can base that on. Let's start from the top. Yeah, that should be good. From the top and roughly on that mark. And because in here I have quite a bit of fullness, I'm gonna do this kind of very, very dense basting stitch, very frequent. What's happening in here? Oh, I see. Oh, let's cut that off. And I also shouldn't forget about this thing. I should probably put that right in with the pins. I've never installed a sleeve like this before. I really enjoy watching you and getting to hear your thoughts. Getting to hear my thoughts. I guess I don't have a lot of thoughts and then because I'm not talking that much generally. But yeah, installing a sleeve this way. I never installed a sleeve any other way. I don't even know of any other way of attaching the sleeve. Unless with that kind of garment. Maybe that depends on the garment. Like maybe if you are doing a t-shirt, for example, then you would do it differently. But I never made a t-shirt, so I don't know. But yeah, for stuff like stuff like jackets or even the shirts, all that also depends on a type of shirt. But at least a shirt like mine, it would also be attached this way. I've never done a jacket before. Most of shirts I made have sleeves attached and they sides seam are sewn together. Yeah, like when I was making this shirt, I first attached the like main body of the shirt, and then I've inserted the sleeves. And I think this is the way that they are telling you to do in the tailoring manual that I was using. But at this point I don't really recall that much. I think I used the manual only the first time, and after that I just did it from memory. And actually, I also don't know where is this manual. I'm pretty sure I had it printed. Like, I had it printed, so I printed it myself. I had it in a printed form, let's say. So it should be somewhere, but I was looking around my house and I couldn't find it. So maybe it should be here, but I don't know where. But yeah, the manual I was using for the shirt was really excellent. Like there was some place with fairly complicated instructions. Like attach this to that, turn this thing around, rotate that, sew it from the bottom, and so on. At the end, it was like on diagram 2, and then diagram 2 was basically just a rectangle, a rougher outline of a shirt. So that was very helpful. Okay, so this is the bottom, and this is the side body. So to the side body, I have to attach this piece. Let's not forget about this. I almost forgot about this. I'm stretching the fabric a bit so that it's not gathered by this this running stitch, this basting stitch. Okay, and I can start from here. So in here, let's place that onto here. Probably would be easier to attach this piece first, baste it on first, and then attach the sleeve, but I'm too lazy for that. I prefer to just do everything at once and then fail because I'm doing everything at once. It's kind of like they say that lazy people, that there are two categories of lazy people: those who are too lazy to walk, or those who are too lazy to carry stuff, and they just move one brick at a time, and those who are too lazy to walk and they bring 20 bricks at the time. I think there was some connection with what I'm currently doing, but I don't know anymore. Feel now when I said it feels quite random. I'm in that latter category. Yeah, I'm also in that latter category. If I do work faster, I get more time to rest. Yeah, some time ago, I was doing quite a bit of shopping. Also, there is ad starting, and just a bit right now, maybe. Right now. 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 Okay. Okay, it's just not starting. It's just saying that it's starting. Twitch can decide if they want to play ads. Okay, that's getting quite kind of ridiculous. Now it started. Okay, I can cut that off and pull out all the pins. Now there are pins in here. 15 seconds. Okay, looks like there are no more pins. Maybe. And this looks quite nice. Kind of. There are some gaps because this is just a basting stitch. It should be better. Should be better with actual backstitch. But anyway, some time ago, I was doing quite a bit of shopping. I had to do some grocery shopping and then some stuff for home renovation, some electrical stuff, some new breakers, new breaker box, like some electrical boxes and so on. And I forgot to bring my bag, my shopping bag. And of course, I wouldn't buy a new bag. I only use stuff I already have. I don't want to be wasteful, so I was just carrying everything in my hands, and it wasn't so bad because it wasn't so bad at first because like I went to a couple different stores, so I would like carry some stuff in my hands and then put it into the car, and then go to another store, in some different place, carry that stuff to the car and so on. And then I went home and I had to actually bring all of the stuff home. And of course, I wouldn't go in it wouldn't do a couple runs. I had to definitely just take everything with me in one go. So I put all of the circuit breakers, electrical circuit breakers in my the pockets of my pants. I put some, I think, the GFCIs in my jacket, or I think some like electrical boxes somewhere, some like different food items, like some mozzarella in my pockets, and then I also had this big stack of stuff, like the new breaker box, the new bigger electrical box, and some other stuff, and I was just going with all of that through the parking lot, because I couldn't at that date I couldn't also park on my property because of reasons. So I had to like park like next to the store, next to my house, on the parking lot. So I was going through the parking lot with this big stack of stuff, and then I went to my house and to my grandmother's kitchen. And I started unloading everything. I put this big stack that I was carrying in my hands on the table, and then I started unloading all of the circuit breakers and other stuff like that from my pockets. So I think it looked quite stupid. But yeah, I think it also means that I'm in the latter category. I don't want to walk. I prefer to carry 20 bricks at the time. Oh, right, focus. Also cables are too short. Let's see. Focus, autofocus, and then I can use this. Okay, so I think what did I disconnect? The microphone. I mean the charger for the microphone. Okay, so I think it looks quite good. There is a bit of fullness in here. Maybe I could put some stuff into the sleeve head in here at some later date, because it probably actually requires some stuff, some kind of filler, wadding as they said. I don't know if I can get some wadding, but yeah, I don't see any very noticeable creases as I did before. So I think that should be good, and then I can based on the other sleeve, and actually attach the two together, like actually sewn two of them. Did you have to do a juggling act to get your front door open? I think it was open. I don't exactly remember because it was quite some time ago. But usually when my grandmother is home, the front door is just open, because she's like right next, behind the door. I had this like multi-tool. Oh, in here. Jacket looks so good. Well, technically it's a coat. Actually, I don't even know what's the definition of a jacket. But maybe that qualifies as a jacket. Like in the Edwardian era, it would be called a coat. And it can also be kind of misleading, maybe not misleading, but ambiguous, because nowadays when people say coat, they usually mean something that would be called back then overcoat. So overcoat, something you wear over a coat, and an equivalent of a jacket, like a morning coat, would be just a coat. And that's probably also why the waistcoat is called a waistcoat, because it's also a type of a coat that goes just around your waist, maybe. The best etymology is the one that you make up on the spot. But yeah, I don't know if that's an actual definition, but it's just a type of a definition that I get by vibes of what would be considered a coat as just a piece of garment, piece of outer garment that would be worn over a shirt, like anything that's worn over a shirt. So this would be a coat. And then if it's cold outside, like during a winter, then you would wear an overcoat. So it's outer garment. Actually, I do have a dictionary. Like, where is this dictionary? This is Dictionary of Menswear from 1908. So is there a definition of a coat? Cow, cot, corset, corded, com, cod, coat, coat. Coat, an outer garment for the upper part of the body, as body coat, sack, cutaway, frock, dress coat, and so on, and overcoat, top coat, Chesterfield, Newmarket, paltot, raincoat, Inverness coat, Ulster coat, and so on. I would like an Inverness coat. I have to do it someday. Maybe even soon. I don't know if for this season. I probably won't have enough time to do this for this season. But for the next season, I would really like to have a more Inverness coat. So if you don't know, an Inverness coat is like one of the one with this kind of a cape over your shoulders, like Sherlock Holmes, with quite famously worn an Inverness coat. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I know that it's a town, I think, in Scotland, Inverness. If I ever move somewhere colder, I love to make one of those myself. They look fantastic. Yeah, and they are also quite popular during the time. during the period I'm aiming for. And yeah, also you said that coats are longer and warmer. It is longer, it's a morning coat, so is there actually a sketch? There should be a sketch for that. So yeah, it looks like this one. This is what I'm making. So it reaches pretty much up to my knees. Then this goes up here. I'm down in the southern United States. It's day too hot year round. I would hate living in a place like this. Like in here, summers are not that hot compared to some other regions, but they are too hot for me. I would prefer to living somewhere when it's always too cold than when it's always too cold, too hot. Thank you for showing the sketch. It's gonna look incredible. Please don't have that big of an expectations. Like, from what I can see in the mirror, it looks kind of decent, I would say. But I'm not a tailor, so I'm not gonna achieve something that looks incredible. And also, this is my first try of doing something like that. I have zero experience with most of the things I'm doing right now. I never did any pad stitching before. I never did any kind of this heavy canvassing. And I also never did anything. I never made any piece of garment in which I depended almost exclusively on just historical sources. Like practically no YouTube videos or anything. Because for some different garments, for trousers, for example, or actually maybe that's not true. I think that for the shirt I also didn't use any other sources, but the shirt is not that complicated, so I think it doesn't count. But yeah, for trousers and for a waistcoat, I was referencing videos by Nicole Rudolph, and she didn't use the exact same pattern, so it wasn't like one-to-one instructions, but it was pretty close, fairly close, so it helped me quite a lot. But she didn't have, at least to my knowledge, she didn't have any videos about making a morning coat. So with this, I'm practically only using this thing, which is quite terrible, because even though it says the Cutter's Practical Guide to Coat Cutting and Making, and the making part is kind of a stretch. It's mostly coat cutting, like most of those books, because they were designed to be used as like a kind of additional resource that would help you with your apprenticeship, because that would be the main method you would learn all of the techniques and stuff during your apprenticeship. And I didn't take any apprenticeship, so because of that, in this book there were a couple of sections where they were like, we are not gonna cover this thing in details because this is something, this is a topic that every tailor should be well familiar with. So that's not very useful for learning. I'd say that looks good, especially for something you made yourself. Yeah, like, it's not the first time I'm like sewing something, so I guess I kind of have some experience with sewing because I've been making practically all of my garments for a couple of years now, like 5 years maybe at this point. So I do have kind of some experience, but okay, now it should be fine. So I'm using a battery-powered microphone, and the battery-powered things are not great because they have batteries, and the batteries are dying. So on every stream, and today it looks like it died fairly quickly, very quickly even. But yeah, on almost every stream, unless I'm doing some very short stream, on almost every stream I have to plug it in because it's dying. And I should probably buy some power bank to keep some power bank in my pocket and just plug it in on me, rather than doing something like that. I I have a I have a phone charger in here and a cable going up here, and then a cable in here, and I have this microphone that's dangling from the from my homemade camera, like phone slash camera mount that I also made on stream. It was like one day project because I really needed some kind of way to mount my phone for overhead camera. I think that's actually enough. So before that I was talking about something, but I managed to forget what was I talking about. I have no idea now. Oh, right, tailoring and apprenticeship with tailoring. So, what was my point of talking? Um, oh yeah, that like different styles, types of types of garments are kind of forcing certain techniques. So when the style is changing, the the look of the garment is changing, then techniques also change alongside with it. So the way when I'm looking, researching the way the modern suit jacket is assembled, it's constructed, and so on, it is kind of helpful, but it's not like one to one, not completely helpful. And even like within one era, it can vary quite a lot. So I think that this was kind of like the period of most changes. So somewhere in here, yeah, in here, you can see the structure of the morning coat. So here you have some hair cloth. Here you have some canvas, some pieces of canvas in here, and some additional piece of canvas in here. Then some padded canvas to provide the shape for the collar, and that's pretty much it. And then you have a frock coat, which is pretty much the same, but the construction is quite a bit more sophisticated. So this is the frock coat. It's within the same book, within the same period, but there is so much more going on in here. You also have a hair cloth in here, some piece of canvas, some stays for buttons, and the collar, the lapel is more complicated. Then you have some wadding in the side body. Then this is kind of more complicated. Then you also have some wadding, some wadding at the back and the shoulder pad, and probably some even more stuff that I'm missing. So we are going a little blind because manuals from that time are so vague. Yeah, because they are not really manuals to learn tailoring. They are manuals to learn how to draw a pattern for like this specific type of code, or like how to draw a pattern. Where is it? Like this one. How to draw a pattern of like that particular guy, the system of that particular author. So they are mostly for learning how to draw that, not not to teach someone how to make garments, because that's not something you would learn from a book. That's something you would learn during an apprenticeship from, like physically from an actual tailor. And that's not something I even have a possibility to attend to. Like the main reason why I started tailoring is because I don't have any like good tailors in my near area or even far area. So I could probably find someone, but like I don't want to move just to move to some other city, to some completely different region of the country, just to do some apprenticeship. Not to mention that I would have to actually work as a tailor during that apprenticeship, and it probably wouldn't be very good for my back because like being a tailor is famously the ad stepping soon is famously one of the worst professions for your back, and my back is not very good, and I can feel that during projects like that. Yeah, let's start working on that. I guess also from the top, and then I will work back around this back sky. Yeah, when I'm sewing something for a bit too long, I can always feel my back. Like there were a couple of times during that project that I just had to finish stream a bit early because I felt like I'm just gonna die. I'm just not able to sit straight anymore. And then I want to mark quarter of an inch again, because it's still something that maybe I can kind of judge by eye, but I don't trust myself to judge it by eye. And the other should be over. And yeah, I would say that the manuals are not something that is supposed to teach you tailoring. That manuals like that from this period is not something that is supposed to teach you tailoring. It's something that's supposed to teach you like this specific pattern or this specific style of code. So when they are talking about like some tips on making, they are not describing the entirety of the making process. They are just talking about some more unique points, I guess, more unique to that specific piece of garment, and like something that would be common between like most of the different pieces of garment or different codes in that example. Something that would be common among different types of codes during that period, it would be just skipped because it's not important, because you are supposed to already know how to do something like that. Oh, right. I did that again. I'm supposed to mark quarter of an engineer. It's kind of like instructions that different makers would exchange between themselves. Like if someone is, I don't know, a machinist or a blacksmith or whatever else, and they would like tell someone, some other machinist or some other blacksmith or some other someone how to do a certain project, certain item, they wouldn't go into as much of a detail as if they were describing it to someone who doesn't do any machining or any blacksmithing. They would only cover some like unique points, some tips regarding this specific item, rather than just all of the techniques in general. Okay, that should be enough. And then I can actually start. Let's put this piece of cotton back here. I have to head off. I'm glad I found you channel. Looking forward to catching you live again. Yeah, see you later. See you some other time. I'm gonna be live tomorrow and day after that. I have a day off on Wednesdays. And Thursday to Tuesday I'm always streaming at the same time. Maybe I should use some wax. Where is my wax? pins are falling out. Oh, let's cut that off. This spool moving and quite annoying. And this would be the low spot. And that's the end. Okay, that's fine. And that's maybe, yeah, that could definitely be a bit longer in here. Let's pull out all the pins. Okay, that's all of the pins. And that's the entire sleeve. And then I can put this on, see how it looks. Okay. Now I can put this on. Okay, looks like I still had some pins. It's not quite symmetrical. I think I still have to work a bit on that. Because you can see that this shoulder stands up a bit more than this one. And maybe I actually prefer that one. I'm not actually sure. What would be the more correct one? And also, can you... Yeah, you should be able to hear me from here. I forgot that I have the microphone over there. So now it's probably quite quiet. Okay, so in here it looks like the heads of the sleeves weren't that pronounced. So this one would probably be better. Just a little fullness up here, not too much. This looks like kind of interesting. But looks like it's not exactly correct. So yeah, somewhere from here. Let's mark that. From here up to the shoulder seam, up to the shoulder seam. I think I would have to take that in. And take a bit in here. Yeah, this is quite understandable. It is actually below. How is it on the other side? On the other side it's not below. How to do it now? Let's make a couple of stitches in here. I have to look into some shortcut for changing the focus mode. After the stream, I have to make a note on that. Not here. Auto focus camera. Now I can go down. And then I can pick those stitches. And let's end somewhere in here. Get that off. Okay, let's see how this looks. Okay, so now I don't have a fault in here anymore. Now I can take care of this part. And also let's take that measuring tape out of the pocket, because it's rattling in the pocket constantly. So this part is done. Now on the other sleeve, I have to take that in a bit, or maybe a lot. Let's compare that. This is not a lot. And this is also not a lot. Maybe a bit more. Yeah, a bit more. And also, I feel like there is more fullness in here. I'm not sure what that's about, because the marks should be fairly equal. Like I have this mark and it matches, almost matches. Maybe like a quarter of an inch. So yeah, let's say this would go quarter of an inch down. And then there is this mark which should match with the seam, the sleeve in here, at the shoulder, and on here. I think in here it actually matches better with this seam on the shoulder, and in here it's a bit shifted. Maybe also like quarter of an inch. So that would give me half an inch more in this area. Is this enough? This should be enough. Let's start from here, just to be safe. I don't want all of the basting stitches to just start ripping, start pulling apart. And now it's out of focus, right? No, manual focus, okay. Where would be that mark? Somewhere in here. Let's put a pin into here. Now I can pick this. How is it going so slow? I'm only making the sleeves, not even the entire sleeves. I'm just like sewing them together and putting them in, and I've been doing that for over 5 hours. I don't think I'm gonna make cuffs today. Then down here. Then in the middle, let's pull that out a bit, something like this. Pull away. can continue. Maybe maybe I went a bit overboard. Yeah, let's pull it a bit down. Not completely. Just slightly. Let's try it again. Okay, now I think it's better. Focus, auto, and this got detached again. So annoying. But anyway, now I think it's a bit better. Which one is that? This one. So there is still a bit of substance in here. A bit of it's a bit higher, but not as much. More muted, more discreet. I don't think I can catch the entire Morse code in frame. Especially not in here, the cables are quite short. So I guess now I can actually attach that with some back stitch. I don't know if I will have enough time to attach both of them, or maybe just one. Well, I still have over half an hour, so should be enough for both of them. Let's take some thread. And also I think I'm gonna do a bathroom break. I don't really want to wait half an hour. Okay, that's ready. And a bathroom break, so be right back. I'm back. It's super darker outside and also getting quite cold in the past days. So it's quite good that I'm practically finishing this code. Will be useful. Ad starts in 50 seconds. Okay, so I can start the backstitching. Backstitching the sleeve. Starting up here, maybe. Or maybe down here. At the side seam. Okay, now I can cut that off. And I can start backstitching. Maybe entirely in the frame. Oh, right. Focus, manual. Okay, I went overboard with this length of thread again. That's enough. And you are supposed to actually adjust the tension when doing this backstitch. Definitely quite fairly loose at front, I think. Thickly padded. Okay, so the back sky with a tight hand and the front a little easy. I'm not sure how am I supposed to sew the bottom. Probably also a little easy. So when doing the front, just slightly pull. And on the back, actually get it tight. Put quite a bit of tension in the thread. Okay, I'm going probably a bit too low. I thought that I went too low in here, and I just continued, thinking that it's not a big deal, but maybe it is a big deal, because this is already maybe a bit too low, this basting stitch. So let's backtrack a bit up to here. Where are the stitches? Here's one. Here's one. And and here I will stop. I wonder if with manual focus you can maybe assign some pattern to do momentary focus, momentary autofocus as opposed to continuous autofocus. I can almost see what I'm doing. I should probably have some Those stitches aren't exactly most visible. Though even with a lamp I think it's kind of rough. think. Yeah. Slowly coming onto the top. Is that good? This doesn't seem correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be like that. So let's use a couple of pins. Pin it in here. And then down here. And then I can remove this basting stitch. That should allow me to pull this. And let's continue. Continue with the back stitch in here. Now I'm going onto the black. This I can remove. So here I'm supposed to pull this thread tighter. Maybe I actually went a bit overboard with shortening this thread, because now I'm not sure if I don't have too little. Hmm. Now I'm a bit confused. Where do I have two stitches in here? And this one is just loose. Okay, so I should follow the lower one, I think, probably. Okay, I won't have enough time to make both, to attach both of them after all, or to backstitch both of them. I underestimated how long is that's gonna take by quite a wide margin. Why am I doing everything so slowly today? I think there is something weird going on. Something suspicious. And now I went all the way around, I think. Yeah, this is already done. So that's it for today. Tomorrow I'm gonna attach the other sleeve and hopefully make the cuffs. But at this point I'm not sure if I will have enough time to make the cuffs. I will definitely start the cuffs because I won't be attaching the other sleeve or backstitching the other sleeve the entire stream tomorrow. But I don't know if I'm gonna if I will be able to finish the cuffs, both cuffs tomorrow. Yesterday I would say that I'm definitely gonna finish the cuffs, but just this one sleeve is taking so long that I'm not sure anymore. And that sounds like the time to end the stream. Okay, this is the mark. And there is an ad going on. Okay. Perfect, perfect time. Okay, a bit up. Focus, out of focus. Okay, that should be over. And I can't put it any further. So yeah, that's it for today. It feels really weird with that kind of perspective. But yeah, that's it for today. And tomorrow I'm gonna attach the other sleeve, this sleeve, and then I'm gonna start working on the cuffs because this style of morning coat is supposed to have, well, it's kind of debatable. It depends on like personal taste, I guess. But yeah, at least in this book, in this manual, all of the morning coats have like this turn-up collar, turn-up cuff. So that's something I'm gonna attempt to make tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure how that's gonna go. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to actually do it. So tomorrow I'm gonna also do a bit of improvising, as with the entire project practically. And yeah, that's it. See you tomorrow. Bye.